Good morning, everyone. We're here with
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, master of the self-performed introduction and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son,
Sorry, I'm adding stuff here.
Huckabee!
But yeah, we're here watching CitCon live, guys. Day 2.
It's day 2! We liked it so much the first time, we're gonna do it again.
So here we are.
Now,
Okay.
as the last guy during the pre-show said,
Bring us
day
to this.
1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day
Let's switch
2,
to a live scene here. Ooh. Ooh, my game crashed. Sorry, I'm getting everything set up. I should have done this night before. I'm sorry. Window capture, Chrome, boom. All right, let's try this again.
from yesterday, but this entire time you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the persistent universe. Starting next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours. And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage design director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage design director Rick Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that?
All right, sorry, we're getting this set up, guys.
A few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about.
Set up.
But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot,
Okay.
to build your own home.
Sorry. Good morning,
Crafting will
CitizenCon,
fundamentally
day
change
2. It
not
is
only how you
5
play the
o'clock in
game,
the morning, and I forgot to do
why
some
you
things
play the
last
game.
night. But we're going to be here with Worlds Told. He is online
So,
already.
what
He
is
is
crafting?
streaming.
Why does it
I
matter?
am just
Why should you be
not
as excited as I am
mentally
about
here.
this?
So we're going to say hi to him.
Well, first off,
Good morning,
crafting is a
sir.
profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them.
Oh, his microphone is muted.
Crafting builds on the existing gathering
Morning.
professions.
Sorry, I forgot to set
When
things
you
up, so I
go
was
out and
just setting it
collect your
up.
materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to the
No
set.
worries, man. Watching the crafting.
Provides customization.
Yep. It's already on in the background. I'm just
like I said, we have upgrades.
getting
How
some things
you
set up.
make and upgrade the things
Nice.
you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
Sorry guys, I'm just setting some stuff up to try and limit
Right.
anything that comes out as an ad on my side or turn them off completely, so bear with me. Ow.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. You've got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay.
I just sent you
Yeah, I just
friend
accepted
or
that.
party request.
Anyway,
No, I was trying to turn my ads off so that it's not my stream isn't interrupted by them.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll just pop them when
Starting off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
they're done talking.
Makes sense.
I'll be my own ad manager today.
That's right.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting.
All right.
Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay.
Where are you at
But I
right
think
now?
it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing.
I'm over in Everest.
Starting with
Okay, I'm at.
blueprints.
I don't. Seraphim? Seraphim.
Before you
Yeah,
can craft
Seraphim.
anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe
Oh.
to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you
Alright.
can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials: material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how
So
good
for some reason
is
it sent
at
my
being
C2
whatever
back to
it is.
Everest Harbor.
You can think of this as the purity of a metal or the ripeness of a fruit.
What was that?
Something
It
along
sent
those
my
lines.
C2 back to Everest Harbor.
This quality
Oh.
will be carried forward from
Weird.
raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important
What don't I
uses
keep
for
it?
low quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials
I'll come over to
found in the
Everest.
verse will have a quality rating that's generated
Gonna
based
take
on
my
Sounds good.
my Cuddy
the
black
same
or
kind of
Cuddy red.
rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game.
That's kind of cool.
I want to
This
make a
will
Volt
allow relevant
pulse pistol.
properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation. But craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options.
I got my
We aim to
RSI
have
shirt on this
meaningful
morning.
Item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be:
We can make hot
damage
dogs.
and fire rate of a gun, the wear
Excellent.
resistance of a ship component.
That's all I needed.
Or
I'm
even
ready.
the satiation provided by eating a hot dog. So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats.
I'm opening a hot dog
And
cart.
in many cases, you'll have a
Hell yeah.
choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus
Open it on our
to tailor
BMMs.
your items to your playstyle.
Hell yeah. Ooh no, Benny's noodles
gonna-
on the
Maybe I'm making a
BMMs.
gun with high-quality aluminium.
Mine's just
giving
gonna
me
be a
enough
giant
toughness
food
and
court.
integrity and weight. But someone's
You bring the
low
food court, I'll bring the
so I don't
weapons.
get as much fire rate
There you
as
go.
I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers.
Oh man, I'm so happy about this crafting stuff.
Me too.
So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a
There we
highly
go.
advanced version
There we go.
made with
Craft
totally
vehicles.
impressive
Hell yeah.
materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
That's what I want to do so bad.
Man.
Tier 5. Hell yeah.
And vehicles are so
Everybody's gonna want to do that.
They will go
Oh,
up
yeah.
to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel.
Oh, please tell me we're going to be able to
Of
customize.
course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch.
Oh,
right?
good.
Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise
I can upgrade my own
commandeered a
vehicles?
vehicle. Not to worry. You can still
Hell
benefit
yeah.
from crafting by using an
LTI
upgrade
plus
blueprint
upgrades,
to
done.
increase the tier of an
Yeah.
existing vehicle,
Yup.
including
Are you watching from Twitch or YouTube?
YouTube.
Me too.
including the usual stat
They had problems with
improvements
Twitch
and
last time, but also
customization.
I just like the quality of YouTube's.
Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet.
Yes, please.
Let's take a look in game at the
Ooh,
difference it makes
yeah.
to have high tier equipment made from high quality materials.
Tighter recoil.
See how the recoil
That's what
is
I want.
reduced on our high tier gun.
Oh, the spooling on the drive got everybody.
The spooling is faster on a high tier quantum
Ooh.
drive.
Oh. Oh. Increase the tier of my scrapers for salvage? Hell yeah.
And a high tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Oh my god. Let's go. Shut up and take my
That's
money.
Great.
So, that's an overview of
This is
crafting's
exactly
key
what
game
I've wanted in
mechanics.
this game. This
I'll
is
now
great.
hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank
Everyone's
you.
now
Have a good
screaming
day.
pay to win in the chat.
Of course.
I don't know how that's pay to win.
Yeah, it's literally the opposite. It's play to win. You have to play
Yeah.
to do it.
Someone said craft to win.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team.
Someone said tier 5
Also,
javelin.
all elements of crafting.
Yeah, that's going to be badass, dude.
Yeah.
Let's bring them in order how you, as the
The fact we can
player,
craft a
experience
javelin,
crafting
theoretically.
progression.
Oh my
We'll
god.
start with
Well-
acquiring the correct blueprint.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
going to be a
As the
while,
first
but
step in the crafting
I mean, the amount of
that's like an
materials I need
org
too.
project probably for a full year.
Yeah.
Blueprints can be acquired
Pet armor.
in
Good call,
multiple
Junkyard.
ways. Let me give you some examples here.
Yeah.
You can purchase commonly available
The,
blueprints, earn them
I mean, they always said you
from
could be able to
taking
find one in
and
space and
issue
repair
rewards.
it. So
You
that's
can
kind
find
of where
them
I was
in
hoping,
loot
but
crates. All content. in
yeah, they're
our game
definitely
could reward you with a blueprint.
definitely the thoughts of creating
Some
one.
blueprints will be challenging to find.
is fun.
So players
Mm-hmm.
working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in
Ooh,
a box
nice.
or stack them on a bookshelf.
Good.
Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library
Nice. I like that.
is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed.
Yeah.
But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those
Good.
tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version.
Ah.
In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions.
Ooh, I like the optional requirements
In
to
this
reduce
example,
research
we
time.
need to
That's
craft
awesome.
100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data.
This is
from
where the
science.
Banu Merchantman's going to thrive.
Research is
Yep,
time
100%.
intensive.
This is
in
where it's
addition
gonna
to the
thrive.
action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be, you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials for multiple sources.
I'm coming in for docking.
And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the worst. If you want to find the best materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step
might actually have a use for refinement centers again.
Refining, like crafting, requires
or building your own.
Exactly.
Blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined.
You're not wrong, Junkyard.
The rule
Release the Arastra.
The quality of the primary raw material defines
I'm
the
just waiting for
quality
docking
of
privileges.
the refined material.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary material you put in
Turn that
has
off.
an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put we
get to do our own refining.
Secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel.
Ooh.
But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself. You can get your org to help you out.
Auto harvesters? I wouldn't be surprised if you could do that on your own claim. Like if you pick a spot that's resource rich, put a harvester on your own claim.
You should look out the window.
You've got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings.
I'm ready to craft. Let's do it.
Me too.
You just need access to the relevant crafting machine.
I'll go to one of the public pads.
I don't have a spacesuit on.
Talking about
come land and get one.
Oh, there we go. It just gave me one.
That differ in what process they
and it's
can
got my
support,
Hercules in it. Great.
like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. You will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the
At one of the
products
pads.
you
I'm at pad
produce,
1.
but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will
I'm actually in a
encounter,
hangar,
here are
I got
some
in.
examples of the crafting machines.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting.
Oh, that could have been a ship fabricator in the background. Good point.
And how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints.
Do we want to take this
That means
C2?
our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that
What do we wanna
include
do?
the creation
What are we doing?
and the refining blueprints.
And
each of
grab
those
some
can be researched
cargo. Let's
to
cargo it
unlock
up.
Tier
right,
upgrades up to tier 3.
Let's
or
see
tier
what
5.
I've got. Did you ever get to
That's
mediums yet or
a lot
no?
of blueprints. And it
No,
will
not
surely
yet.
take a lot
Alright,
of
let's do
time to
that.
unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are,
120.
focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting.
So we're coming from here.
Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game.
Oh.
Hell yeah, base building.
You might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
Oh.
Let's build some bases.
I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, citizens.
I'm ready to talk about bases.
Me too.
Who is excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro.
Just knocked my headphones off my head.
Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you.
Oh, dude, look at that thing.
We found a beautiful location by a lake.
Oh.
This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in Lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
Wrong button. I'm distracted.
We've done it. we've built our first structure. Let's have a look
No worries.
on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts.
Oh, I like
where
that.
The fuse goes on this building. Next
Yeah,
up,
that is pretty
we
cool.
have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get
Ooh,
to activate
okay,
here.
so power's on.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks
You're right,
like
Junkyard.
Declan
So these-
is now hooking up the power to
These
the
aren't prefabs.
power
They're
to
building
the
them
building.
now. So what will be the use of the
I wonder what he
Pioneer?
was up to earlier, though.
The Pioneer will build the largest things.
Well, except that's
Wow.
what this was
Declan
showing
has
it
been
can
busy
do.
decorating the place. As we
I
can see,
think they're
the
just
lights are
using
now
the
completely
little
working.
one to do
We got
everything, just like they
atmosphere,
said that
and
time will
we
be a
can start
problem
to
too.
use the item fabricator now that there is power.
Yeah, it's
Always
still
handy
nebulous
in
though.
case we
I
need
really
a
want to
fuse.
see where that begins
Let's
and
have
ends.
a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power.
Hell yeah, that's
I would
great though.
say we have a place that we can live
I'm
in.
ready. Let's make my base. Let's make
It
our
might not
bases.
be much,
Yeah.
Let's
but
make our little
I
town.
think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like.
Is it? No?
Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where
Didn't
can
open the door for
and
us.
can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
We can land at one of the wing spots, use little side elevators.
Are nearby
Okay.
areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position.
I was thinking one of the ground level ones.
Ground level ones?
Now that we have chosen a position,
there's a bunch of little side
we'll need to
landing
supply it
pads.
with crafting materials.
Each one has an elevator.
Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure.
Oh.
Once
I
you're
don't even
ready,
know what the fuck I
we'll
just
hit the
hit.
craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what?
All right.
Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have a unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as an hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you
did I give you
and
too
your
much?
friends get to rearrange your decorations. And
yeah, this one only
best
needed
of all,
2 4SCU units.
Decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships.
My bad.
No worries, man.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1, come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2, use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3, personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER.
You on board?
And there we have it, our home in
On board.
Barrow. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, cheers. All right, thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is where they'll
cabin
bring in the
woods. Maybe you want to place it down to
Pioneer
the big
discussion.
redwoods,
Yeah.
go and explore,
Industrialized. There we
or
go.
a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But do you want to see a big base? Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a
There we go.
specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to
See,
the
that's what you'll need a
Two.
Pioneer for right
They
there.
can build
Yep.
small,
That's kinda what I was
medium, and
figuring.
large buildings. So far, we've only seen
I just wanted to
4.
ask the question so that we can
Automated
get that
drones are
dang
capable of
dancer.
building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage.
Junkyard's gonna live with his drones.
I'm pretty sure one of my org mates has a Pioneer.
We'll pop into our construction
Nice.
AR.
I'm
and
planning
we'll
to get
down
one
the
this year.
generator.
That was
We'll
my
connect some buildings
big purchase
together,
plan
just so we
for
have a
this
place
year.
to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this.
Imagine having
It
a
is
tier
our
5
extractors.
Pioneer, man.
Oh,
This particular one is a large solid extractor.
It does
We'll
look like
have liquid
railguns.
and
You're right,
gas,
Junkyard.
depending on
Yeah,
which
I did.
type of deposit that you've settled on.
oh
We have
I
our
should
output grid here,
actually-
where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground.
that over here, so I can actually read my chat if I get any.
And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
Oh yeah, look at that beast. Yeah, there's your source gatherers. There you go, Junkyard. Harvest.
Pump that steel. Ooh, baby.
All right, now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, is for the resources
this
which
looks
you're going
so
to
fun.
consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods.
It's a good question. Machine or the weather? What's making the fog? I'm thinking it's the machines, it looks like.
Method you want.
Probably has something to do with it.
I want to put down storage. Look at that thing.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time.
Junkyard wants to make Loreville 2, the Loreville-ing.
Smaller scale base
Everyone has to wear air quality masks.
That can be done in a single play session.
Why is my cruise control on?
Yeah, I've noticed occasionally it'll turn on when I do stuff. I always have to kind of flick it back off. A network.
We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same
I'm not sure.
So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A, and then when we're
I like that.
it on freight
So you can have people
B,
working on different parts of the
limit, but you can
facility.
chain the elevators together to extend that.
You can just be like, here, I'll send it over to you.
In the same base. Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base.
Org storage is freight elevators. I like it.
If they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
That's what I want. Hangar time.
All right.
Honestly, I think that's what everyone was waiting for. Show us the fucking hangars.
So the trusty hangar will do.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Oh, there you go, Junkyard. Tamp down the ground.
See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special and it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Want to guess
why are you gonna die?
Build in a fabrication
Whoa!
hangar.
I'm bleeding out.
I don't know what just happened, but
we'll have a drive around. We'll go see.
I have a med gun on the ship. Just let me figure out what the fuck just happened.
Sounds good.
Are you on the ship still?
No, I'm on the ground.
Okay.
It tossed me from it, and I fell.
Looks
there you go. Crafted a ship.
Just about finished crafting.
I told you we should have got a hangar.
Ourselves a ship. So, quick recaps.
I just would have fallen into the hangar.
We tapped into the brand new resources, and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships.
That's excellent.
Now
we go into the BMM.
Of course, you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
And you know what?
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
By using the decorator
I want my shop
earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it.
I'd be behind that junkyard. Use this as a basis for IRL modular housing. Thank you.
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a Mobigraph pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important.
I wonder if I hit that guard if it'll give me a crime stat.
High quality materials will be the most
I've tried it before and it didn't give me one, but that could have just been lucky.
On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base.
Perfect that we're going back to TISA.
Yep, that's why I planned it this way.
Foundation decals, sorry, which help you divide up the foundation.
I need to go see a doctor.
Place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing,
my legs,
vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings.
That's cool.
You want a ship?
Yep.
As well as add your own custom tech, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building.
Here's your farming.
Still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share
and
some
ranching.
details.
Copion time.
Farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown.
You could do that for Luminalia. Be pulled by a sled of space cows for Luminalia, man.
Here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants.
What?
Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to
Sandworm Ranch. I disagree.
Shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No.
Roads. There you go, Junk.
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense.
New Manchester.
Right.
So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC, to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types.
Crash of Citizen.
For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost, higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there'll be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is.
I look forward to seeing your crazy animal menagerie there, Junkyard.
I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video.
I am trying to drive this thing and not look at this video overly.
You can hover for a moment if you want.
We're good. We got time. Oh, I love that.
That looks so good.
It does.
Oh, look at that Kraken in the water. Oh wait, that wasn't. I don't think that might have been. This is great.
This is. Look at the javelin in the water.
Yeah, javelin. That's what it was. Yep. And they all look like railguns pointing to the sky, man. When I buy it.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Hello, CitizenCon. I'm
She's
Kirsten, your
gorgeous.
content producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Whoa.
Much better.
Whoa.
That was an incredible
Is that
view to
is that
what
yours? The
players
one
can
with
expect
Zeus in
from
it?
crafting and base
Yeah.
building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
Okey-dokey.
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change, or an exciting change,
We
I
got
would say,
this.
to the game. Because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect
Whoop.
material.
Oh, it's not.
Just a little
it's not
kiss.
there.
Of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we will also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to
Okay,
be the
I'm stuck
best
on
or
something.
the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
Here, I'll take care of this. You go
Yeah.
get healed.
So something that is also important
Sounds
for us is
good.
that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also like this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well,
oh my god.
As also mentioned in the presentation, like
I got off just in time.
See orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they heard that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
The biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Smaller?
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah. So
oh, look at that!
I really like the location,
F7 in the background.
Like the theme.
Oh yeah, the Hornet.
Like the
looks so good, man.
With the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon today and yesterday?
So it's a very it's a very
so we got base buildings, so I can mark that off my bingo list.
Crafting the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself, so I really looking forward to better tools to organize our
I think I'm halfway through my bingo now.
Events.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right, well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Test Squadron.
Okay, he's live. Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist, but that's probably why. So apologies for that, but awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at CitizenCon. What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the
largest
gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got like 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens, tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan. So I'm Tom Beckhauser. I'm a real-life racing driver and Star Citizen Twitch streamer.
Sick.
And for this year, we Locus 69, pretty vanilla.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Decided to make a 1:200 scale Banu Merchantman made out of resin. Total of 26 individual pieces that we assembled, primed, sanded, and painted.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being a badass race car driver, you're also a badass model maker. This guy, there's nothing he can't do. I see you're giving away some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little, the BMM pins, and we have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I mean, look at that. To take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool.
Oh, I
Thank
saw
you,
this in
Tom,
action.
for coming over.
Check
We're
this
gonna
out. They made an
shoot now
ASOP.
over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool this year. Welcome to the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Again, did I sound like me, or could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal.
That's cool.
And freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them. You put in, and you go through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Oh, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real game. Sorry. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see.
Piracy!
Where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison. But also ourselves, the premier pirate org entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
My legs work. Hooray!
We're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today.
So 20 of those missions will put me to experience.
Again. I'm back.
Hi.
Awesome. Well, I'll take it from here. Thank you, Sam. And finally, for our last little bit of the community booth for this segment,
He's like
we still
Jared
have a little bit more to
Jr.
go over today. We have Atmo.
Right?
Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point. Creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing
JJ.
events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love
Alex
Atmo.
kinda
They had an
crazy,
official
man.
place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 2955 Daymar Rally these awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing to the winner. These
that's
things
cool.
are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go to the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. So maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
Still hobbling
Nope,
from his
just
hamstring.
straight over back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Guys. Crafting and base building. Fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe.
Wallet
Just a little
wreckers.
bit, right?
Nice.
There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards.
I'm
here.
looking for a
You've seen
solar
many of
medium
our
that's
presenters
good.
and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So
All
please
right, I
give a
got
round
two
of
good
applause
ones
to
for
Tyler
us
Wicken.
here.
And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out."
Sharing
I almost
one.
lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday.
All right, grabbing.
This one
Sharing
says, "Hi,
two.
Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, don't run, crossed out, don't roll on the stage.
Haven't seen the second one yet.
It should pop up momentarily. I think we'll pick up the second one
guys,
first.
Our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis and...
This is how they get him off stage. Interesting. I selected, or I accepted one, but it still hasn't picked up yet.
All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew.
Let me know when you're on board.
You're lucky they didn't wait.
Cheers, man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director.
I'll resend the second
my
one.
name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
Trying again.
You got that one?
Yep, just got it.
Working.
Cool.
Oh, so if you've got technical difficulties,
vehicles to build your universe. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Also, we're going Arc 2 to Crusader 1, and then Bajani and Port Tresler for drop-offs.
Nice.
So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar.
Why do you need
with the
right
construction grav cart?
Let me know when you're on board.
And
will do.
You've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
All right, I'm inside.
Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in they scale in numbers. In the one drone can only make one structure at a time.
Never mind.
So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so I'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes, and that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path
There we go.
through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
Oh, well, that's totally what it is now, the CSV.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the construction support
vehicle.
So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically
Well, they did mention yesterday they're going to be working on removing a lot of the random pain-in-the-ass rocks.
Upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always
So that should make it a little easier to tool around Junkyard, hopefully.
It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it. obviously 2 medium drones on board, and then it has a internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it
I want that too, man.
crates,
yeah.
it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill.
God damn these people.
And
spending my money.
size 0 C will
I didn't give them
generate
permission.
on board
No, I'd buy that in game. I wouldn't buy that
What
for
happens
money.
when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I could not, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv.
Wait,
so now,
he said it's already in the game?
Let's take a closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Oh.
It was leaked about a week ago.
Oh, I wasn't probably paying attention to the leaks.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear.
Looks nice.
And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial
40
look.
bucks.
And I think it helps it kind of feel at home on
Gotcha.
a build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels. And then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loading cam that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them. And I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole, sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family.
There we go, Star Lancer.
But what if you want to go bigger?
The base builder.
Bigger?
Bigger.
Or fabricator, I think.
So,
Fat Lancer.
Yeah.
The Star Lancer family. So, yeah, the Star Lancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles. From
another
this,
cargo
and
ship.
A range of different roles.
No one needs that.
We're going to be talking about the first 3.
I need that. I need that like I need air.
Which kind of makes sense. And that basically
Actually, it depends on how much SCU.
Large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more.
One of them's going to be out today, probably the BLD.
Defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the MAX, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
Nice.
So this is the Star Lancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SCU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones.
As
drones
one does.
Will then be deployed out of their little secret garages. And they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back.
They're going to talk about
these
drones
arms,
being finished
stack
and
up the
coming out for
resources that they need,
4.0 or something
carry on
like
their
that.
day.
They've been talking a lot
That's
about
the really important
drones.
thing here is that
Well, they're going to be part
all
of
these
base building.
Vehicles
I
which
know,
will be
but
after
4.0.
To
they've been
supply
talking
your
a lot
drones.
about
Obviously,
it.
if you're going to build a million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors.
Only
people thought
only
this was
128
freelancer
SCU of
size.
cargo.
It is not. It is significantly larger.
Yeah, that's
than
the BLD,
Constellation and
yeah.
Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 escort guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SCU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlance Attack. So, like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the
little hangar,
dual man size.
That's awesome.
Now these give much better.
How is yours coming in faster than mine?
From any of the other variants.
And then
on top,
don't know.
We also have like a dedicated hangar.
I live in the future.
I guess
been
so.
Specifically designed to fit Mirai
You might be a little
inside,
cached if you refresh.
and
You
I'm
might
sure
you might
we'll
get
see plenty of other
slightly
ships
updated.
Try to be fitted inside.
YouTube tends to do that.
It's okay.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think
Oh,
Tom's
look
gonna
at that
run you through the
beauty.
interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military drab gray. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these
That's
are on
a beautiful
deployable
ship.
ramp, so you can do some
That's a
ground
nice
assault,
layout,
drop
actually.
out,
I'll
down.
give it that.
If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
That's nice.
Oh, that
Upstairs,
just looks so
obviously,
fun.
There's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much
There we
other
go.
stuff crammed
The
in
TAC's
there. You
out
had
right
to
now.
Redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Let's see.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators.
Oh, you
it's
bastards.
got the med
You
bay with
frickin'
tier 3 med
bastards.
beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar.
Not for
and
sale,
still
it's just
able
for
to carry
sale.
Up to 96 SCU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by
And I'm
going
checking.
to
Oh,
play.fc
pre-order. Oh, that's the
/
max.
Starlance
That's the
Attack.
max. What about the TAC? Oh, I didn't click on it. Secure yours now. That's what I wanted. I think it's available, but they haven't flipped the switch yet. Because if you click secure yours now, it goes to a spot that doesn't have any securing yet. There's also a CitCon page too. I'll give it a couple of minutes. Oh, this is, was that Levski?
Looks like it. You can see they're really putting wings on a lot of stuff now for getting ready for grav flight.
Indeed. Well, also the Lancer series always had wings, but you're 100% right. We got to make sure these control surfaces can control.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Hey, VSyn, what's up, brother? We're watching CitizenCon right now. It's taking up half my screen, but that's fine.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now.
I wouldn't call it lies. I would call it future sight.
I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying
Yeah, Fat Lancer. That's kind of what I was thinking too.
I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings.
I'd
cargo
call it
down
an
to the ground, makes it
educated
much
wish.
easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the kind of the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of.
It does not
windows
want to give
out
us a
so
hangar.
The crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights.
That's a good question. How much will it go for?
Cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbaled weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed.
That's
while
gorgeous.
Still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
The Max.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So, love it or hate it.
Well,
we
this
love it. The MISC traditional
CVS-M
letterbox
is
view is back.
flyable. The other one's
At
IAE.
the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2
The,
support stations at the rear. These are the
Starlancer
ones
there.
that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, full crew.
The MISC MISC Starlancer TAC is targeted release for 2025.
Goes between the 2 floors of the ship and goes to the exterior of the ship.
But it should be pledgeable
Behind
very
that
soon, like
is the
later
mess
today.
hall area. So nice shared communal space.
And if you
for
do
to
it
relax
before
with your crew.
IAE, you get a
And then we move
CitizenCon
into the
paint for it,
4
apparently.
individual crew rooms, each with double beds. So
I
very
love how
luxurious
chat's
for
bitching there's
ship.
no
En
BMM
suites for
talk.
all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go
They know
between
better.
the 2 decks of the ship.
Yeah.
Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there
it's
are
a
some components
kinda,
dotted around
yeah.
throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of
But
the
it's going to be for
components
base
and the
building
engineering
as like a
terminal
cargo
are here at the rear of the
hauler
ship.
for base building.
So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance.
I don't see any of the cargo in here now.
For the rear section, this can
Well,
be used as a garage.
we
but it's
transferred
also
it
a
all.
Cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a
We're picking up.
size in here.
Oh, I thought we were delivering. Gotcha.
And then on
We're
the
picking
Max,
up
we
here.
have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2, it's sort of one cargo lift that drops down, but
we're
it
flipping
retains
again.
a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless
Calm
of
down.
whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded,
Calm down.
you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
Miss TAC 295 USD.
Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on
Yeah, I
board,
like the
leaving
Max.
by
I like the
AVA,
TAC,
leaving
the
by
TAC a little bit
front
more,
entrance to
but the
ground,
Max looks pretty nice.
Stuff off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max.
I like that.
So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters. For all that
It's like
extra
the
mass
step
it's
up
hauling.
between
Ah,
the.
they're up now.
Available to
The prices
pre-order
are
now
up.
and will be flyable this
So,
IE.
CitizenCon
Max 225.
concierge,
SD
the TAC is 295.
Pre-order now. Before
Let's
you will
see.
get this
Max is
Regular
225.
sapphire paint, which is in the CitizenCon colors and looks
295,
super cool.
330 with a 10-year.
So
Yep, here we go. Here's the Pioneer.
we have talked small drones.
Well, the
medium
useless
drones,
vehicle is
large drones.
technically
What about bigger things?
not necessarily useless. It'd be good for like what we're doing right now if you're doing small scale
So,
stuff. but the
Who can guess what that is?
the CVS is also way easier to
So-
put in a game than, you know, a large ship, as it's a mule base probably.
I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany, and this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have
Here's the
remained
question
same at
I
a high
had.
level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. You know, we know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And you know, we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that, you know, we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then
Oh, it's all purpose now. Not just crafting, refining, and extraction.
Crafting.
Oh, wow.
On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, you know, be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And
I don't have a
to
tracker
do
gun.
that,
I mean, to
we need
move
add
that
a few
one
extra
crate,
kind of
but
onboard
that's fine.
facilities. So, you know, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine and or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the
I need to
Pioneer.
grab some fluids.
So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge.
Some what?
Looks out over
Some
the
fluids.
expanse of the ship.
Oh, gotcha.
And then
Can you drink it
top
all?
and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms.
Yeah, it'd probably be useful.
And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets. that
Nice.
remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo
look at that.
area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be controlling fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad.
It's
that
going to be
transitions
used
from
for
outside the
cargo
ship to
hauling.
inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship.
This is so cool.
All those things. Engineering
It's everything.
at the rear, this is now capital components.
Cargo,
all the way around.
refine.
It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just
Hangar,
all capital everything.
Shipbuilding.
Then we have the
Yeah.
habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones.
Okay, we're gonna go pick up the other cargo.
But we don't just have some pictures
Sounds good.
like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on
That looks like they're working on
the
it.
interior bridge,
Which
very spacious.
I kind of expected, but I'm glad to see it.
It gives kind of really nice views out over.
Should I have 2 contracts or 1? Because I currently only have 1.
Front, you've got all the
you should have
consoles
2
required that you need to kind of control the ship.
I'll get you the other
the
one.
kind of additional remote turret access consoles.
Which,
and then at the rear,
which one do you have?
The
You have the one we just picked up?
Components and some small
I think so.
Consoles.
I've got
and kind of flanking either side. We've got these
Lively Pathway Station, picking up for
the man turrets.
Tressler by Genie.
Yeah, they're both Tressler by Genie. It's just a matter of.
For all
let me get us jumping here.
Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew
That's so
pod.
cool.
And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want.
Oh, that's cool.
This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable.
The music's
to make
weird
it a little
though.
bit easier, it's
Yeah,
got its own
but I can live with
cargo
that.
lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
So ambitious dreams are the one you don't have.
Down
so
at the front,
share.
we have the drone room. Now these will be
Got the other one.
4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area.
I gotta do like a side jump because we're blocked for some reason.
And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship.
Oh, it still considers me inside the
Here, we've got
hangar.
these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew
Oh,
in
weird.
this area.
Yeah, it says we're
What's
in an
going on
enclosed structure.
inside.
So I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing and give it a minute.
And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front.
I'm
Between
just
all the
salty
landing
because
gear,
of
you
the
get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath.
No, they got a crew that's actually starting to
We've
work
also
on
got
it.
The
He
top
said
exit for any flight vehicles.
they're building a crew. They're building a crew to work on the BMM right
allows
now.
us for any ships that land up on deck.
It will be in
just bring
active
them
development
down
probably
to the
within a
belly of
couple
the ship.
months.
So,
Nice.
that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in
God, it's
finding
even
out
bigger.
what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation.
Yeah.
It's about 20% bigger.
The
I
thing
know there's
too
actually
is,
all the bigger, but to fit all that,
that
in,
is good
you
news.
need
I'm waiting on one too.
Craft small
But
ships
the
and
big thing
vehicles.
is, all
And one
this
thing we
stuff
didn't
is going
show
to
in
build
that video
into
is the landing gear actually have integrated
flying
ground
the
resource
BMM and
extractors
actually
in.
having your own
So when
shops.
you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
So that's the other thing you got to think of too. All this stuff they're working on is going to work towards us having a BMM that's actually
components all
functional
round.
for selling
And now
stuff.
it has 1,000 SEU cargo.
And not just
They're
cargo
starting on the
hauling.
Pioneer in the next week or two.
When base
They're
building
what,
comes
sorry?
out, this will not
They're
be their
starting
day
the
one of
Pioneer
it.
in the next week or two.
Oh, nice.
We are starting this in the next week or two. So it is
Here
in
we
production
go.
very soon.
All right. I'm refreshing this because you are ahead of me and it's driving me crazy.
So
This is the one I've been waiting for.
CitCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac,
Got the Guardian.
the UV-1T.
Yep,
the
we know
Alpha
about that.
Zeus, and
Intrepid.
we work on the Retaliator.
Nice.
Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So,
it's a Legionnaire. I got super excited.
Will be released
Crusader
before the end of the year.
Intrepid.
So the Legionnaire is the one
Yep,
that's
that's theory going to be the new
and that's
starter.
because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end
Hell
of
yeah.
the year. So, Crusader Intrepid,
Hell yeah.
Mariah Guardian, and the Polaris. So,
When I first saw the Anvil L, I thought it was the Liberator, and I was like, no
where
way.
I am today, standing on stage at the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IEE.
Sorry, Visa, I'm watching two different screens here. this one's just unfortunately a little more important. Also, they changed Quantum, if you're unaware of that, Vison. It's a lot quicker now.
Oh, this is, I think, the Intrepid.
Yeah. It's Crusader colors. It has to be the Intrepid.
Yep. Also in Crusader engines. That was what
Oh,
tipped it off for me.
I didn't see the engines. I looked away probably when they showed the engines at first. The F9C. Chat's so funny, man. Nursapin. I do love me a Crusader ship.
Yep, me
That's
too.
a fact.
Yeah, this looks nice.
It's weird seeing a Crusader ship with a solo seat, though.
Right? Solo seat Crusader is definitely a novel concept. But I guess if it is a starter.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's a big boy.
Oh, baby! Woo. Oh, look at those two big new guns.
Yeah. Look inside that bridge.
Oh. Give now. It's done. It's fucking done, man.
Right?
It's done. Oh. 2020 was when I purchased mine originally.
Nice. Well, here it is in all its glory.
Oh.
As Junkyard said, no more edging.
Yeah, Vison, Crusader ships are probably one of my favorite manufacturers. It's probably one of my favorite manufacturers. But, you know, it is one. It's that RSI and Drake.
Look at how beautiful this is, man. I cannot wait.
Oh. We are going to have a lot of fun in one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna stick myself a little south of the station so I don't crash into it.
Sounds good.
Give her some forward throttle.
Our little M-Pub coming in.
That cargo hangar is fucking huge. Or the, not, you know what I meant, not...
Ship hangar?
Ship hangar.
Yeah. Sub-level 1. Down here is, I think, where cargo is.
Yeah.
Oh, God, look at that engine.
Oh. Oh.
Look, it's got coolant pools.
That's fucking so cool.
I hope they slosh. I hope they slosh a little when you make sharp turns and stuff.
That'd be... Well, I think you gotta think how gravity works in this game, right?
Oh, absolutely, but I'm talking dramatics. I want it to slosh.
Maybe in atmosphere.
Ah, look at that. I may have to take you up on that bleach there, Junkyard. Oh, yeah, here's the garage. Complete with a cargo bay. Yep. Oh, so good. Missiles. Or torps, actually, I think.
Yeah, torps.
November 22nd can't come soon enough.
No.
Oh God, look at the missiles in the front. Look at those ports, dude. Oh, those are some hot ports.
Spicy.
Hot ports, guys.
That could be a hazard. Yeah, that was the Polaris right there.
Those ships
the one that they just showed, the second one.
We also worked on a number of other
That's the
ships
Polaris.
So we're just going to quickly go through them.
Will be for sale at IAE, and I think the Org has 3, and Solstice has 1. So we have 4 amongst us all.
Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs.
I love my Mark II.
Get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird.
Here we go.
The Peregrine. And then
Oh
most
boy.
recently, the Argo Atlas. So,
Yes.
Like last year, where we did a little tease.
Are we stuck?
Yeah, we are.
Can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So.
No!
Let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some.
Get out! Get
of the
out!
vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
These doors close way too fast.
Okay, some ground vehicles. Oh, what? These got to be Hornet variants.
I know. I'm like trying to look at this and drive at the same time. This isn't working very well.
I like that, whatever that is. Mirai?
Okay, good. It looks like Mirai.
Oh, that's a MISC of some sort. That looks RSI.
That's a minor of some
What
kind.
the hell is that thing? It's like the Corsair's younger cousin. Yeah, I saw the minor tip. That's what got me too. Okay, that's a chunky boy. Is that the Perseus? That's
Perseus,
Pioneer.
yeah.
That's nice.
That was
ironclad. Yeah.
No,
I thought so.
That wasn't an ironclad. That was a. I gotta. Hold on. I think that was a
big thank
Kraken.
you to all of you, and a big thank you to.
I gotta look at that
match
again.
for me. I'm definitely double check. Yeah. I mean, I'm on board if it is. Don't get me wrong. I'd love my Kraken. Dude, that's gorgeous. Oh, I thought you were saying give it one more time so we could look at it.
Oh, I'm rewatching that right now. I think that was a Kraken. I mean, we know it's done. That's the Perseus. That's the...
Yeah, I definitely saw the Pioneer.
I don't know what that
Junkyard's
is.
saying he saw the Ironclad.
I don't think that's the Ironclad.
Oh, and the other Fat Lancer. Okay, I can see that.
What did I miss in that couple minutes there? Sorry. She wasn't sitting flat. Oh, stop playing. I'm sorry.
Maybe.
Oh shit.
Will be the FPS.
15.
I'm sorry.
My colleagues joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us.
Okay,
and we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We have
I take it I didn't miss anything at the end of that video.
Like the films,
No, not really. That once that ended, it was just appreciation, thanks, and all that stuff.
The citizens in the world with a beautiful ship in affordable price.
So with what you were asking before, Junker, I wanted to finish that
take for you guys
panel before responding. I might get both both of the Fat Lancers because they both look pretty good. I'm not 100% yet though. Definitely the TAC, maybe the Max. I like the space on the Max.
That's what we have been building
because it's exactly what I was talking. It's ironic because we were just talking about the space earlier, where I was like, I got 100, 500, and like 1500, and there's no gaps in between. The Max is like mid, I think upper 200s in total, and that would be perfect for some of the stuff I wanted.
Let's load from the front.
Very beautiful panel lines.
Because I kind of didn't plan this very well.
And it has a brutal weapon system. That's
I just got
use the front? Okay, I can do that.
I want to make sure that everyone knows that our prototypes come into our final products come into two versions.
Oh, you're
assembly version and the finished version.
Oh, there you are.
Assembly version would have an injection assist, so you can
I think I'm dead.
Do it yourself, paint yourself, and it's glue-free. It's snap-fit.
Can I take your?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh yeah, you're gone.
The finished version, we have it printed for you. We have it assembled.
You do not exist anymore.
Some extra layers, painting, weathering effects, and some actual decals. It's amazing, fun quality.
That's the last panel until.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to really quick, and as we show.
I believe we've got one more panel. Let me double check.
No, I think it's they're on break for. They're going to be on break for half an hour.
Yeah, they've. I know they got a break, but I think we've still got one more panel.
Oh yeah, there's one more panel. I think it's at like.
Yeah, Junkyard was asking if there's any more. I was like, I think we've got one more. Yeah, we've got the Stars My Destination, Star Citizen 1.0.
What? Yeah, what is Star Citizen? Right?
Yes, it's basically the description for 1.0. Yeah. I have a feeling it's going to primarily be similar to the Road to 4.0. It's going to be basically the list of this is what we need to do in order to release to 1.0.
Yeah.
Which will be good. Be nice to have that checklist so we can kind of compare it.
Oh. If you want to just load my Argo back in, I was gonna say maybe you want to load from the front because it's gonna be more open to put stuff in.
Okay. Sure.
And then I'll make my way back over there, or I'll meet you at the next station, one or the other. I'm still waiting to actually spawn back in. Well, in this case, I'm going to move the joysticks out of the way for now.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground.
So which station are we at?
I can hear you in the Argo.
Our goal is to have at least 100 members.
It has not sent me home yet. We're going to, it's Bajani and Tressler, I think.
Oh, I mean, sorry, I meant which one are we currently on? We're on Crew L1? Okay.
Yeah, Crew L1.
Gotcha. Cruel one.
I figured if we put them at the front, we'd be able to differentiate which ones are which.
That makes sense. That totally makes sense.
Right, let's move on over to the other side, where I am joined.
Oh. I am starting to get hungry now.
The TAC is $295 by itself. Both of them are $495. And I don't see any option for the Max by itself, which is really kind of interesting. So it's TAC or TAC and Max, as far as I can see. There's got to be just the Max somewhere, right?
Well, the Max might not have a price yet.
Well, the Max apparently is $200 if you buy them together right now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what makes it kind of weird. It's like you can buy both of them or you can buy the TAC, but you can't buy the Max by itself, which is just strange-o.
As always, Imperium creates some awesome showcase stuff here at CitCon. We're going to move on. Thank you guys at Imperium so much, and we're going to move right along. Thanks, guys.
Oh, the Praetorian Pack's back.
Thinking about them both, but we'll see. We'll see.
If you guys are interested in a private military force with weekly events, Blackstar is
hold on. I think something happened.
What is Blackstar all about? What do you guys have here at
Oh no! Good news. You've now probably loaded in because your hangar's gone, and now I'm floating inside geometry.
Oh, are you serious?
Yep.
That's so dumb.
Let me see if I can sneak out of here or not. Nope. I am in the station.
Well, I'm only at Seraphim, so I'm not far away.
All right. Hopefully I'll get the same one, and then I will just magically land.
Yeah, we're gonna find out in a second.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show.
Where'd that go?
CitCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay.
As for the CSVs, let's see. So chairman wise, they've got the SM, which I could get. I could get the granite pack. That's basically the big thing for the chairman's club. Otherwise, it's just the regular one. All war bond. Does it include lifetime insurance? Okay, so it's a $40 LTI token. Worst comes to worst.
You can join our Discord, sign up as a role. You can be a voice actor, a filmmaker, whatever your talent is. We can
Just gonna throw this on because I want my.
Netflix in the verse, so come check us out at HubNet.
Ooh, actually.
Thank you guys at HubNet. Guys, this is it for me and Sam here at
I really want to put this back on, but let's just stick with my white suit here.
Amazing job, guys. Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to make CitizenCon happen.
Oh.
Amazing. So, hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
I'm not sure what happened with me, and
Thank you guys. Back to you, Jared, on the stage. Goodbye.
I'm wondering if it's similar to what happened to me on that
I
ramp.
just heard Jared's back on the stage.
It's time, everybody.
Oh yeah, it's time for the final one.
It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of thanks here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took their time
Good job,
to
guys.
build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not
And we will.
easy to stand on this stage
Rest assured,
in front
we
of
will.
4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He
Good job,
didn't die
Nick.
or anything, he just couldn't
Good
make the
job.
trip.
Good job.
Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping at the last minute. Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine.
All right, I'm
You
back
might
at
have noticed
station.
we went
I'm
on
just coming in.
ISC hiatus a couple
Alrighty.
weeks ago. We went on a hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still
showing
do.
you
But
17
but
gigameters
the amount
away.
of work it takes them
I
away
see you
from
6
the work of
kilometers
actually
away.
creating
Okay,
the
good.
game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really
See if my
stepped up
hanger's
this year
back.
for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create.
I'm not
the
gonna
videos.
spawn one, I'm
Those
just gonna go to a
amazing
landing
looks
pad.
at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the Sandworm and stuff.
In that case, I'll have to kill myself.
Dave, Toby,
Well,
Alex,
I'll,
and our newest member, Thomas. Hi,
Okay, let me
Thomas.
try it before you kill yourself.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little
sounds so
surprised
dramatic,
at first
but
with
that's
the
this
sheer
game.
amount of work that goes into doing
It
this.
spawned me a
They
small
stepped
one
up
because
and
it's a
delivered
small
some
ship.
amazing stuff. The last of which
all
you're
right.
gonna
No worries.
see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present. I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right.
I got to wear my Star
vamping a
Citizen
little bit until
outfit
Rich
for
Tyler
most
gets
of
into
Star
place.
Citizen, so that's pretty good.
I can
Or
hide it from you, but-
CitizenCon outfit for most of
the last groups of
CitizenCon.
people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me and they're thanking me for this and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docu-series each and every week, and then turns around
It destroyed
and does a
my
live talk show
C2.
the next day after it, and that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in.
Yeah, I
you
think
guys keep
that
watching,
C2
you
is
guys keep
having some
supporting,
problems.
You guys keep making relatively positive comments in the.
Well, I think we drop these 2 missions and grab 2 more because it destroyed all of our cargo.
Shave
So
my face again.
Sounds good.
But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I looked like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person
I'll look for 2 more.
who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 CitizenCons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week.
All right.
And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is
you
because
grab
of the same
grab
guy
the
who makes
Zeus
it
you have,
possible
I guess.
for all of us.
Or
to do
the
our jobs.
or your
So,
cat.
I'd like to thank where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you.
Sharing. I'll meet you at ARC 2.
Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble.
There we go.
Thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination.
Last set of questions for the year about to be answered.
Roberts.
Well, besides
I don't know
every
if they're the questions
ISC
everyone
we have
wants,
and-
but they're the last ones we're getting.
Well, from Chris, anyways.
Yep. Well, that was the last questions Chris is going to answer this year.
Yeah.
You had a great day yesterday, and by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. Is like, okay, I'm gonna get it
I
done
could tell that
properly, and he
those
did it.
problems last night
And
really
that's great,
bugged him.
and it doesn't
Oh,
have
yeah.
Any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building, and the crafting, and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech as you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics
A
side,
living
making it better
game.
and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for us. Well, I don't mean that. I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness,
Get their
you
VKBs.
know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things.
Star Citizen 2.0. I feel called out for my redacted predictions.
And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years.
Oh.
And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, Inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. You know, everybody in the world
Excellent.
can get in, play
That's
it,
what I
whether
was
you're
hoping.
Hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today.
What?
Is what we
No
consider
fishing.
Star
Fuck it.
Citizen 1.0.
Sell my
That doesn't
account.
mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build
All right.
and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure. I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0.
Okay, I can forgive him now.
Tell you what the marker is.
After 1.0, I can
you know,
forgive
to
him.
do that.
Yeah,
Rich Tyler,
I guess I'll
our
keep my
senior,
account.
Game director is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So, without further ado, Rich Tyler.
Feel like I've seen him before, as if I saw him yesterday, playing a game.
Yeah. Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name is Rich Tyra.
I'm sorry.
And I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player
What I would expect.
to story missions and end
Hell
game
yeah.
content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the one, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer
That popped into my head.
It brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems.
He's going to say something's going to change a lot right now, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest.
Jesus Christ.
This setup is pretty much matching what I was expecting.
Once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday.
No.
So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today
I said 6
was
is
not
what I
just
said,
the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you.
Yep.
So we're going to add a soft
I've been
framework,
talking about this for
a
months.
system
There's
that
going to be a
connects all
narrative
the
thread.
professions, ships,
Yeah.
and content together. And
I
to do
kept
this,
telling him,
we're
and
going to add
Mongoose was
the
like,
main
nope,
story.
they'll never do that. I'm like, no, it's coming. Just
Yeah.
wait.
To help
And it's going to have a base story at least.
Yeah, I expect it to be basically like a MMO thread, where it's like each content
new
patch will
existing
just progress
players
the story a
to
chunk,
help
but
discover
ultimately it's
all
going to
the
be your
exciting
adventure.
features and content we have. To take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships.
Yep, they talked about that
blueprints,
yesterday.
And items.
Yeah.
And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's
Yep.
it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience.
Nice.
This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar.
Tour bus is
for
exactly
both
what I
this
was
story
expecting.
And the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you?
Nice. Citizenship.
Now, of course,
That's awesome.
We'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot.
A literal
But
Star Citizen,
we're
finally.
gonna offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the Empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate.
I like it.
I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions
All right,
to which
5.
systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems.
Ooh, I said
We went
6.
through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go?
I'm wondering if it's going to be Terra,
First,
if they're going to
got
have the whole Terra versus Earth
which
thing.
needs very little
Yeah.
introduction. I'm sure
It's
you're
gonna be
all
Stanton,
very intimately
Pyro,
familiar with these
Nick,
4 corporate-run
Celestia,
worlds.
and either Terra or
Since
Magnus.
I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance.
Castra.
A wannabe independent government.
So far, I really
during
want to
the
live on
Metro
Castra.
era, but now
Cascom
struggling
looks
with the burdens of
gorgeous.
governance,
It does.
A growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra.
I do.
Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an
There we
attack
go.
if
Called
the
it.
Cold War between the humans
Well,
and the
Terra?
Xenon ever escalated.
Yep.
You're ahead of me, so I don't
So that's
know.
4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Ooh, I want to live on Gen.
Right?
Yeah.
Gen looks great.
It does.
I heard that's where all the data on the on the Death Star
Of
is.
the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5.
Coming into land.
Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned.
Hang out at the back, remember that.
First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things.
Oh, I don't have a tractor gun anymore.
One, I'm not gonna have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board.
You throw them outside, and I'll throw them in the thing from the tractor beacon.
In the 1.0 roadmap
Sounds good.
or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for.
Oh, I'm
will
an
help sell their
idiot. I should have
personality.
friggin'
Now, some
spawned
will
out of the
still
thing.
interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician.
You want to
You'll find
pop the
plenty
door?
do
I
with employers
forgot
like
to do
Shubin
it. 'cause I'm
Interstellar,
fucking
United Wayfarers
half
Club,
asleep.
and more.
Which door?
Next,
Just the one over here.
you have one of the oldest unions.
I forgot
in
to
the
spawn the
UEE,
stuff.
The Interstellar Transport Guild.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and
Huh.
trading.
Sports.
Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there. The Imperial Sports Federation.
Cargo
So
Olympics.
aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics
There we
to
go.
build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians,
That's all I want.
and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include
Crafters.
factions
I
like
think
the
that's supposed to be
Imperial
crafters.
Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better
Yep.
understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula.
Nice,
to
Junkyard,
do
you get your
scans,
animal ones.
Or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various
No one
fauna
wants to do
that we're
combat?
starting to
What?
get into the game. From population control missions to
Everyone's going,
harvesting
fuck yeah,
resources for
crafting!
Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat
Interesting.
guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy.
Ooh.
On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel.
Interesting.
Mercenary
Yeah.
Guilds got you covered.
I like this
Drop
mercenary
Kings.
versus.
Side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking
Ooh,
There we go.
craft,
It's coming up
illegal
finally.
crafting.
and tip the scales of
Yeah,
power in
that'll
their
be pretty
favor.
cool.
So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0.
Oh, I can't
And one more thing.
reach all that
We're
from here.
also
Hold
going
on.
to revitalize our social behaviors.
Probably the ones
To
behind
make
the force field.
populations not
I'll get
only
them.
feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas
Oh,
that they're
this
inhabiting.
is like.
We want to
finicky.
see the people of Lorville
Yeah, that was
slowly
kind of my
trudging through the
experience
streets,
too.
overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it
All
back
right,
over
well,
to Rich Tyler.
I'm going to go back to my mouse because.
They'll be happier.
Yeah.
Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay.
It is
So we have a main
janky as
story to
shit.
connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game: guild reputation. But what about our other core
There
progression
we
in
go.
the game?
All right.
Got my quantum
The
reference.
economy. So, as we've discussed before,
Called it.
we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap,
Yep.
and the money coming into
Can't
the
just
economy
go
is
and
too great,
kill yourself
we'll
a
have
billion
massive
times.
inflation.
Yeah.
And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax.
Yep,
for your
insurance.
base that will
Yep.
cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need
True.
Death of a Spaceship. Losing
It's
your
just convenient
ship
to move
should
it.
be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up,
What's-
we'll have 3 tiers of insurance.
This would be so much better on the joystick if
Level
I could
1
just
being chassis insurance.
use the figure
Level
out how this
2,
works.
chassis and component insurance.
If you're looking for the wheel
level 3,
or to move
chassis,
the
component,
thing,
and
it's
decorations
usually on the
insurance.
left stick. It's the wheel at the base.
Now,
That's-
insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important.
Listening.
Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any
Yeah.
equipment or decorations based on the tier
All
of
pledge stores have
insurance
permanent
you
warranty and appropriate insurance.
Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships
Good.
bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Good.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers.
Nice.
This means it's more
Bing
beneficial for you to go back and get your original
The
ship.
car is ready to get you.
For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Understandable.
If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be
take it for
increasing
fucking
claim
ever.
timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others. With starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity.
Okay.
But in 1.0, you might be mining for
that's a little
different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop.
I love the
No
game.
longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits.
All right.
For
I
reputation.
think it's all on.
For resources.
When we get to Tressler, Russell will grab a tractor gun.
And ultimately, as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And
So you want me to go to
this is
Tressler
one of many
first?
loops.
Either or, it doesn't matter.
This
Whichever's
is
closer.
The core of Star
Okay.
System 1.0.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay.
I mean, this is
and
pretty.
the soft
I have
framework
to
we're
agree
adding
with Chad. This
that
is
give
very much
meaning and progression to our professions and features.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much all
It's providing
MMOs for the most part.
framework for motivation to play
Which
the
I'm
game.
on board with. This is the stuff I
That's
pretty
the
much
journey, though.
been saying for a long
What about
time
the
it's been missing.
destination?
Yeah, I agree.
So Dave has already discussed
This is
citizenship
great.
and the main story. So let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts
An
from
organization,
government
perhaps?
agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital,
The Hologlobe
support,
lives!
and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your Hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
That'll be so cool.
It's gonna be great.
We will also
I'm ready.
be offering more specialized
My body is
on-foot
ready.
missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an
Now I just need to build a bangle.
FPS-focused players.
Right? I'll begin.
On top of all this, we'll
Starting
set a
now.
dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show.
What about PvP?
So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton.
I think Castra and Terra are eligible
Lawful
to each
systems
other.
will be a mixture of high, medium,
Or
and
what?
low security
I think
areas.
Castra and Terra
Each
are
of these areas will
have
be
jump
monitored
points to
by
each other.
law enforcement agencies.
They do.
And depending on the location, will
Also,
dictate the emergency response time.
what's it called?
With high-sec areas being the
Nyx.
fastest. Initially,
No,
this response
Nyx,
will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force.
My brain
Pyro?
broke.
This means
I'll remember
if
it later.
someone is attacked, if they can
Magnus?
just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way.
No, I was thinking of.
Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring
Oh god damn it,
by
brain.
shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map with dynamic missions being
Stanton. There we
generated.
go. Stanton has a Terra.
Yeah, so I was just saying Terra,
This is the
Stanton, and
PvP you
Castra
already
all
know
can,
and experience right now.
you can stay in
just
lawful,
without
is what I'm
security
saying.
forces.
High stack.
But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and
Interesting.
high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it.
That's
You can tow it
crazy.
back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel,
as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity.
Reasonable.
Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity.
Isn't Pyro 1 supposed to be mine dry?
Of high risk, high reward. With crafting
I'm trying to
now
remember.
requiring
Pyro 1 is
resources,
definitely
you're going to want to create bases
pretty
to mine and
husky,
extract them.
like empty.
This is where base raiding will
I think it was
become a new
mining.
form of PvP.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
The sun definitely fucked it up. I remember that.
Arms ethos.
Yeah.
Defending players will be able to add
CSV fits
defenses
into
such as
Caterpillar?
walls,
Good to know,
automated
Junk.
turrets, and most importantly, ground shields.
I could
A
put one in there.
localized version of the planetary
Scooch
shields
it
used in
around.
lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry.
Don't raid my
No
base.
longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
See, player base is going to be a very interesting
One
thing
huge difference, though,
in low
to
sec and no
planetary
sec.
shields is that these shields can
'Cause
be disabled.
Who's going to operate it when you're not
You'll have to
online?
strategically assess
Yep,
each base
that's the exact
and
thing I've been
punch your
asking the
way
whole
through its
time.
defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to
They
the
need a
ground
fac or to
and
answer it
bomb
in
from
this
the air. If you want
panel.
to
One of the
extract all
two.
the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders.
Because here's the problem, too, that
Oh,
we're going
hold
to
on.
face.
Now, both
Here it is.
piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of
Oh, we're
sandbox.
learning
No
history
offline
first.
raids, it says.
But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers.
All right.
Unfortunately,
Go grab us
Grab by
a-
Genie.
outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems.
Station warfare. Interesting.
So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to station warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more And at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens
Oh,
to
wow.
purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically
Not have to be
selects the
bodyguarding
orgs
their own shit.
with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello, CitCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise.
Welcome back. I'm pulling off right now.
But
pulling stuff off.
eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about,
That's
with
24.
all system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
Uh-oh. Well, nothing's clipping to the ground for me over here.
Where are you currently?
In the cargo lift.
Are you left clicking or right clicking?
All right, I found the problem.
I only knew it because I've done it so many times.
Okay, so that's going to be 8, 16, 24.
Yeah, I'm trying to find... Apparently we need 26, but I'm not finding any odd numbers so far in here.
Well, there should be a 2.
There should be. I agree.
I see a
the
2
twos
from
are
here.
aluminum, though.
Oh. No, we're doing 24 tungsten and 22 aluminum.
For Bygenie?
For both of them. Wait.
I see 26 tungsten for Bygenie.
We're supposed to be at Everest and Port Tressler.
Oh, okay.
All right, pulling these off.
Yep, that'll do it.
That was the old one that I said to delete.
Ah, okay.
Because that destroyed my ship, right? That had all our cargo on it.
Gotcha. Oh yeah.
Let me introduce
Space
you to
stations.
player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations.
Shit ton of stuff.
For system-wide org activities. But
Yeah,
why
that's
is
fair
this
at first.
an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment.
But
how do we start?
There we go. Another bonus for the Pioneer.
Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer. Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
All right, so we want to get rid of the one to by Genie.
Yeah, you want Everest and Tressler.
Everest and Tressler. Okay. And these other two I should toss.
Yeah.
Corel 1 and Arkel 2. All right.
Yep.
Abandon. Dude, that looks great. Check out the Hull C. Yeah. I want to dock my Hull C on my space station.
See, I want to throw a space station at like a Lagrange point. Or in the middle of nowhere in space. Like an org base in the middle of nowhere. Orbiting the sun.
Makes sense. Hide it in the obscurity of like Nyx or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, and there's another example of the big boy freight elevator now.
Yeah. Except that arm doesn't look wide enough to store all that cargo.
God, that's so good. I'm really so excited. Worthy of the woos.
Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself.
I'm guessing post-launch junk.
We've built our core station.
He was asking underwater base when.
Yeah.
And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something
there's another one on my bingo.
Consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity.
Oh yeah, show me the bridge.
And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Arc Corp to Microtech. This will be a good test at distance.
I'm surprised you didn't go to Everest first, since it's closer.
Everest didn't show up as a thing for me now. The one I have for Tressler is 30 aluminum.
What? Hold on, let me I have no clue what's going on right now.
I don't either.
I just shared that with you.
I didn't get a share.
Okay. Yeah, I have 22 aluminum, 24 tungsten, 24 tungsten.
22, 22, 24, 24. That was one of the two that you said to let go of.
Bridge leads to a centralized
Everest
transit network.
I don't know.
This spine physically connects the entire station.
Okay, this is how we figure this out. What's your payout?
Each
The payout for the one I've got
will have a centralized lobby area.
$29K.
Okay, you don't have the one I have.
Use the decorator mode.
No.
So you'll
I
have
figured that out the moment you had the other call outs.
However you want.
Okay, share that again with you.
Speaking of having plenty of space,
I don't think I can get it because it was canceled. You told me to cancel them.
Well, no, I still have it though. It shouldn't be canceled.
No magic elevators.
It's canceled for me though because I canceled mine, so I can't take it again.
I don't even know what we have in cargo downstairs.
Around the entire perimeter.
Tungsten and aluminum.
Okay, let's jump back in.
Which is what mine is for dropping off.
Yeah.
So.
The two I had tungsten and aluminum.
Weird.
Very much so. At least I'll get the aluminum one. A CCU game on Opera. I don't even. Does it have an extension version for Opera?
All right.
Ah, the engineering deck.
As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station.
One thing they never touched on?
Then we have the hangar deck.
AI employees.
This is where you'll gain access to your hangar.
Doesn't sound like that'll be part of 1.0.
The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There'll be a
It's good to know, though.
network of internal road systems.
Oh, there's the
meaning
Fat
you can
Lancer.
quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Ooh, I see a Polaris.
Indeed. I like that they're showing off a lot of the vehicles that they just rolled out. Yeah, you can see the CSV in the back there. Holy shit, from the back, that looks like Jake Trundle. There we go, okay. I was like, as long as he doesn't have his pudgy face. It's like, Jake's a man of his word. It's one of a kind. Holmes Station. Damn, that's cool.
All right. So your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand
How big that is, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms.
That's just the interior.
And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this
I was very
is on
excited.
a much bigger scale.
Oh, Jesus, look at all those hard points.
But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior.
God dang.
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hard points. The core station module comes with 2 hard point connectors.
Big honking cargo wing.
Major hard points are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example
No kidding.
Awesome, thank you, awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs.
This is definitely shifting
in holding.
the context of what I wanted to
Then
do
we
over
have
the
the
next couple of
refinery
years
wing.
in this game.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment.
Yes.
All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts. And like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
It's going to take you an hour to walk across that stage.
So let's recap
Right?
on the exterior.
Definitely need some vehicles just to get around.
Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
Jesus.
So good. My body is ready to make those. Like, literally.
Yeah. I think you have your ship locked. I can't open any of your side doors.
Yeah, I always forget about the fact that you need to be unlocked. Crazy. I always have to go upstairs and just flip them all.
Oh, here, you go open those, I'll go do the other part.
Sounds good.
You can open them from the over there, right?
No, it doesn't give me an option.
Oh.
Correction, sometimes it gives me an option, very rarely. Part of the reason I don't use the caterpillar as often as I would usually like. There we go.
All right.
So what are we dropping off here?
30 aluminum.
Okay, I can't target anything in your ship for some
has
reason.
been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion.
Here, do you want to share me the one you have? We'll
Similar
just
to
do
ground
that one instead of the
bases,
one I have.
You'll be able
Sure.
to earn tints in your station.
Do you not have this one?
No.
Interesting.
You'll be able to apply decals.
That's
So
why
I
I'm
haven't
like,
picked up any. This is one you gave me. I wonder if you deleted it.
Probably.
There, shared.
Outside of minor and major hardpoints.
Oh, see, that's shared with me.
Station will come with two
Nice.
unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be.
Oh,
for
but
the
it didn't
crew
actually
base.
give it to me. It showed me the
Now,
acceptance thing, but
all
didn't.
the other modules built so far have very specific functionality.
These are all
Well, I'll
tungsten.
admit,
These are
this is for the org members out there
not the
who
ones.
want
Here we
the
go. Aluminum.
ultimate in personal space.
I'm just not even worrying about these tasks right now.
Just be bonus aluminum.
Man, I can't believe how toxic the chat is.
Oh yeah, I shut it off first thing.
I mean, Star Citizen is both the best and worst community.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially on YouTube. The YouTube chat typically is way worse than the
Well, I bet
the
most
Twitch
are just
chat.
trolls.
Oh, exactly. That's kind of my thought too.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations.
Oh yeah?
So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
All right.
It won't let me. You gotta send it down. I think it won't let me send it down because it's saying that it needs to be validated.
Interesting. Ah. None of it is satisfied. It's all partial.
Oh wow, that fit a Connie in that hangar.
All right.
Right? Thing is huge.
I'm just gonna partially submit this
There's
contract.
a few little Easter eggs in that
Yeah,
video.
same here.
But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system.
Are we at Port Tressler right now?
Yes.
Now you're the potential target
Sharing?
for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bit that Rich mentioned.
The abandoned.
Let's take a look at
This
the
one.
inevitable.
Let's see if I have it show up on my screen. Share it one more time.
Sure.
Oh God, look at that. Hell yeah. Oh, got an assault force. That's beautiful. I want that. I want that in game.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this
Look at that tank.
will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once
You never know when you need one.
Yes. Once inside, and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets, like anti-vehicle.
I'm so hungry right now.
I can imagine.
All help slow down the attack.
I'm gonna
and
get
give
some
time
breakfast
for
myself after all this.
to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orcs.
I want my space
That will
station.
be your base of operations.
Man, that's gonna be
for
so
system-wide
hard.
Right?
The
Definitely a
station
long-term
can be
goal for
customized
sure.
both in the interior
Oh, but
and the
wait.
exterior, meaning you can tailor it
There's
to
more.
your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the
Okay.
stars.
Oh, for Capitol building, I bet.
Oh yeah.
Well, wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock. This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms.
I presume
leading
Capital?
to the docking collars.
Yes,
where your
show me.
ship will be
Show me
constructed.
making a Bengal.
Show me making a javelin.
The only question still remains: what sizes of ship can we build?
If they say a bangle, I might be a little bit mad. As much as I want a bangle.
They gotta come from somewhere.
Well, that was the whole concept, is the bangle was never supposed to be in game except for UAE. Or UEE, sorry.
Yeah, you'd have to get the thing from the council.
I'll just watch the end of the show.
Well, look at that. What does that look like to you, sir?
It's not, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
I want to see the reaction.
I'm still behind, you gotta remember that. Oh, baby, they definitely changed their mind. That's amazing.
Yes.
It doesn't even fit in the dry dock.
Yep. I've been repeatedly told size doesn't matter, though, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Ah, so exciting, dude. I'm so stoked. God damn. Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
It's as big as the station.
That is awesome.
Look at how big that station is.
Right?
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together
I thought it was a
cohesively.
decent amount of clapping.
And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org
Well, it's
in
not all
station
done yet,
warfare
Junkyard.
to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system. But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons.
At this point, it matches up with what I've been looking forward to.
Yeah,
I am
what
down.
type of game we are making.
I'm
And I hope
estimating
you
like a
continue to come with
2020
us on this journey.
7, 2028.
Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
I'd lean towards 2026 with the stuff with the Delta.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Is my gear out?
Oh, it's going through.
1:30.
I don't know. Oh, you don't need this, right?
Well, they're going to scroll it. Thanks. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian. I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a
Chris is we're getting canceled. He said guys and girls. He didn't fucking include everybody.
You guys in the community. As I said, introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part
True,
of what
Quake.
makes Star Citizen so
They're all
special
speaking with those
is the
funny
symbiotic
accents
relationship
from across the
between
pond.
You guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I can be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum,
How you doing, man?
Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And
there you go.
I'm about,
and
I think
that's
a
what makes
full
it special.
10 seconds behind
I think
you.
That's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great.
Yeah, I would take a
and,
CSV for free.
We take it aboard because we're just trying to build.
Oh yeah, hands
this
down.
Amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a game for a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visual,
Ooh,
the audio.
That's a big one.
Various ways.
I didn't hear it yet, so
better. That's something we will always be.
I'll let you.
So
I'll let you hear it.
Game
It's worth it.
leading edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the.
Ooh, VR.
So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon.
If you just want to crack the doors
we
open, I can do this really
Small
quick. It's just
prologue
one
that
crate.
opens Squadron 42 live with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0
All right, still committing to end of year.
Features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think actually some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community.
You're good to open it, close the doors.
Passion and dreams we do.
Sounds good.
You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is. And that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much. And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others who poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world.
Till he's in laundry list mode.
Bishop,
yeah.
I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And you know, many of us in the team
I won't. I'm a little far away.
Are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity
goddamn special
display
people
at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So
nice.
You guys here
Woo!
coming together, supporting, watching, giving us the team the energy to make this game.
We did it.
So thank you. And
we survived the CitizenCon. And we learned so much about bases. I'm ready. I'm ready for my bases.
I kind of wish they would have touched on Blades and AI crew.
Yeah, my guess is we probably won't be seeing that until after 1.0, since we got our laundry list.
Well, see, the thing is though, you kind of need it pre 1.0.
Why is that?
Well, who's gonna run your fucking base?
You guys are.
No, but I mean, like, when you're offline, who's gonna run? I guess the base is mostly
No one.
automated, but
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that will be running is probably like your what's it called? Refinery and stuff. Like that stuff will probably run itself, but like and they did show timers on the building. So I'm going to venture a guess that the automation for building will be done. So you don't have to, like be there to build. You just kick it off and it'll go.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm stoked. I'm ready. Yeah, the only thing the AI I really would love to know is for ships, but it doesn't look like that's going to be part of 1.0.
No.
That'll probably be a dot release in the future. But that's exciting. Pretty soon, 1.0 will be out, and the things people complain about will actually be legit. It'll be great.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I think CIG is definitely lined up to be able to handle it and support it. But it is going to be interesting because when everyone tosses out the, this isn't working, XYZ game works. Why doesn't this one? It's like, well, we're making it. It's not done. But that will be a kiboshed comment. You can't say that anymore because it's out. It is like all the other games we have launched.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that.
Me too. I mean, 4.0 is going to be the big start, the start, the means to an end.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, I mean, the majority of people are going to be getting really excited. So
also, here's the thing that I found kind of interesting in terms of the master list. So here, I'm going to bring it up on my screen. Hey, look, it's Iron Mouse. Apparently, it rolled onto an Iron Mouse video after CitizenCon. So here's my my bingo list. So that they would mention Pyro, that we would talk about the Squadron 42 release window, that we'd talk about 4.0, server meshing, base building, Pioneer, Galaxy. We didn't get Bounty Hunting 2.0. We did get Quantum, specifically in the context of commerce. We got Nyx, we got Terra. No Magnus or Odin. We did get Vega. We didn't see any celebs show up. We got unique HUD details, new Star Engine demo through the what they call it, Genesis. Org in-game updates and facility security. All of those were touched upon, which was a pretty nice barrage.
Yeah, it was.
Big pile of stuff. I'm very happy that they touched on most of that stuff. Like the bounty hunting, I would love to see. But it looks like, I mean, if that's the master list for 1.0, bounty hunting is going to be later. And I know some people. It doesn't hurt me. I'll say
the same
that
way.
But I know it's gonna really bother a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. Like, I'm a trader, I'm a hauler, I'm a industrialist.
I'm industrial.
Yeah.
No! All my talk. I lost my docking privileges. Damn it! I'm gonna have to request another landing clearance. My docking privileges have been yanked. I blame the internet. Shut up, it has not been granted. You ain't granted nothing because I'm asking again.
Great cat. So this is 5 SCU I'm taking off.
Yep. I may end up, if they're a pain in the butt, I might just put it down elsewhere, but I want to see if I can get a... There we go. Okay,
Yeah.
we're getting it.
Like, I mean, we're not gonna see the space stations for at least 1.0.
Well, I mean, that's part of 1.0, so definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole shtick is it's a 1.0 release thing. 4.0, from everything that's been said, is the last non-release full version. We'll get dot patches. It's not like 4.0
Well,
and then immediately 1.0. We'll have
4.0 is
dot
essentially
1,
beta.
dot 2. But I have a feeling we'll probably actually get legit 1.0 betas. So that's usually internally how that stuff would work. Is you got all your alphas, and then the betas are based off of 1.0.
Yeah,
so it'd be like your pre-release.
Yeah, I mean that's what Escape from Tarkov is.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, they call it a beta. It's still you got to pop the doors for me.
Fucking doors.
I mean, you can just sit in the pilot seat up there, man. Yeah, I can.
Oh, I'm gonna. I don't have the brain power to do anything beyond navigate and talk.
You couldn't have gotten me any further from a. I guess there's a cargo container.
I mean, I could try.
No, you're good.
I could put some effort into it.
No, like it's like that was the thing with. Oh God, I just like jumped onto a ladder. Escape from Tarkov claims to be in beta, but they're not feature complete. They're still making tech, so they're alpha through and through. But I mean, that's what beta is it's a feature complete game, and you're testing the game.
Exactly. Well, yeah, you've got all the features are in place. In theory, the beta should be cooked enough that you're refining at that point.
Yeah, it's the polishing phase. It's what they're doing in Squadron right now.
Yeah, it should all be polished at that point. I'm watching the magic teleporty box. It's always a hoot to watch. This would be a shitty place to, by the way, I'm not going to do it, of course, but this would be a shitty place to drop someone because it's like you have no way out.
No.
You'd have to be like, someone needs to come get a mission to come get me.
I have an ASOP terminal right here.
Oh, really? You can actually summon your own. Well, never mind. After the last 2 days and all that edging, it's time to go smoke a cig. Well, you know,
you're gonna leave.
Sig got the smoke. Why not smoke Sig back? You know. Yeah, no, the hype was good. Yeah. It was actually, I feel like the hype was a little bit more rounded this year than last year. Like last year, they were given, very, very hopeful numbers. This one, the only thing they gave was 2026 for
CitCon.
Squadron. They didn't give any other dates. Yeah, the Bengal part, I love it. I mean, realistically, there's no freaking way my org is going to ever build a Bengal, or if they do, it's going to be a 10-year process.
Man,
but
I'm starting to think me and you just combined orgs.
Yeah.
Like
we have a consortium.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, my org has, I think, 17 people that are active players.
Mm-hmm.
And between the 17 of us, we have 3 Polarises.
Yep, Polarises.
Polarisi.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're gonna have a Pioneer too. I know that for a fact.
And a Kraken.
And a Kraken. We don't have a Kraken yet, but
yeah, we do.
Oh, you have a Kraken.
I have a Kraken.
Oh, yeah. I think we're just gonna have to like consortium.
I'm a Kraken. Yeah, it's gonna be fun though. I'm so down. This is gonna be so fun, dude.
I need active players that actually want to build this shit. So.
Right. Hey, Quake, you want to play with us? Come play with us. It's going to be in VR. I know how much you love that VR.
Oh, when this
virtual realities.
I actually have to buy VR and attempt this in VR.
I'll just use my Toby eyeballs and look to the left and right and go good enough for now. Honestly, I would love this in VR, but the thing is, like, extended play with VR makes the bridge of my nose hurt.
Yeah, well,
so bad.
Have you heard of? Hold on, I gotta look it up. Give me a second.
I've heard that the bird is the word.
Bird.
Have you heard the word about a certain ornithological avian variety? No, Peter.
I love how you always should show me it, and now that I'm looking for it, I can't find it.
That's the way it works. That's exactly how it works. I'm here to mess with people. All right, where am I going now? We're going to Goldenrod. Sakura Sun, Goldenrod Entertainment Center for kids, Gold Edition, ++. We're flying. We're heading to Goldenrod.
Goldenrod.
We're going to SakuraCon Goldenrod edition. We witnessed the glory. The thing also about specifically the last 2 days worth of CitizenCon is I think the 1.0, because it's stuff that hasn't even really been worked on yet, because that's going to be in 1.0. With the exception of that stuff, like everything felt very kind of reserved, you know? It felt very kind of drawn back. It's like we got org shit. We've got, the biggest thing is probably the new systems. Like that's probably the most riveting part. I say hello back to Boring. Hello, Boring. Boring Sandwich. She was my Destiny buddy.
Ooh.
Yeah. She is also partnered with the Quake. See?
Ooh.
Quake C. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah.
Oh, so I laughed at my one buddy because when the Apple Vision Pro, or how they call it, came out, he was like, "This is gonna be the new thing. Everyone's gonna." He was like going off about how it's like the best fucking thing since sliced bread, and then all of a sudden, no one talks about it, and no one gives a shit anymore. And it's exactly what I said was gonna happen.
Yeah, it kind of. Well, it's. What do you mean too close? Famous last words. It kind of, at least to me, suffers from the same issue that. Hold on 1 second. Oh, it's doing the thing again. It's doing the thing. Harumph. There's scan. Hold on. Scan. Come on. Do one more time.
It's called Screen Beyond.
Screen Beyond.
Yeah.
Sounds relaxing. Sounds therapeutic, honestly.
So it's the smallest VR headset, and it's all OLED. But when you buy it, they actually they give you a face molding, and you when you send it into them, they actually mold it so it fits your face perfectly.
Oh,
and it's
that sounds nice.
Crazy small. It's about a quarter of the size of other VR headsets.
But it is capable of being as powerful.
Yeah, it's 2560 by 2560 per eye, and it only weighs 127 grams.
I like the weight, but I'm curious about the processing power.
It's all directly based off your PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fully PC.
Impossible.
It's full PC. Words. 102 degree field of view up to 90 hertz, and then it's 5120 by 2560.
What's the name of the headset? Quake's kind of curious about it. Quake does a lot of VR stuff.
Big Screen Beyond.
Big Screen Beyond. Yeah, he works on technical video game stuff.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, my buddy showed it to me sometime either beginning of this year or last year, and it's only like $1,500, which is super cheap. But if I remember right,
well, the other thing is it's not cheap enough that I get an implied capability with it, which that could be a trick within itself. There is actually we landed, by the way. You probably already know that.
Open the doors.
Oh, goddamn doors! They should just always be open. I should just fly around Quantum with the doors open. Watch all the boxes rattle out as we're quantuming through space.
Yeah.
That would be great. It's really breezy in here, guys. We like having a through current.
If you want a through current, you just got to open the front doors.
Yeah, that's true. That's when you get the nice gust from the front straight through.
Boom. No.
You can tell I've been up overnight because I've started about 3 trains of thought, and then halfway through I'm just like, I've got something else to think about now. They're long gone.
Oh, I can't wait to go get food right now.
Right? Yeah, my mission is we've done CitizenCon. We have now completed the contract. I'm now going to look at my rep.
You should be good.
I did some horrible things to some people. I am almost there. I'm definitely less than an 8th, maybe about a 10th left in junior. Probably do that after I do my eternal sleep. But I'm taking this ship. I'm gonna take it back home. How long am I streaming for? Oh, we're getting close to done. I've been streaming since like 1:30 this morning.
We've been streaming for about 4 hours.
Yeah, and then I only had 4 hours of sleep over the last day, and then I streamed like from what was that? 1:30 until, or no, that was 1 until 11:30 in the morning yesterday. So yeah, we're getting close to wrapped up. So feel free to hang out and watch and enjoy the brief amount of time that's left on this world.
I'm gonna be
then
going to
I'm
get
getting some breakfast. I'm gonna be walking the dog. Gonna go to sleep. It's gonna be good. But for now, we're basking in the afterglow of promises made by an older man
who has lied to us for 10 years. Sorry.
Say, yeah.
He didn't lie. I've embellished the truth.
I know who Peter Molyneux is. So, Chris Roberts is nothing compared to Peter Molyneux.
he embellished the truth.
I honestly don't think it was an intentional embellishment in most of his stuff. I think he got lost in the scope.
Yeah.
But he's definitely been reining it in, which is good. The thing is, I don't know how many of his fans are willing to let him rein it in. Like, we want the moon. It's like, yeah, you'll get the moon in time. It's coming.
Oh. I just realized that my microphone was in front of my face this whole time. And you couldn't see my beautiful smile.
Mine is directly in front of my face now.
This is directly in front of my face.
Right. This is how you talk on an NPR podcast.
I just wanted to say welcome to the NPR.
Welcome to All Thoughts Considered. I am your host, Jason, and we have over here a raging ferret. How are you doing today?
Hold on, I gotta stop laughing because I got one. Welcome to All Galactic Radio, your source of music in the verse. Next up, we have a cult classic from 1972.
Nice, I like that. Of course, one second here. There we go. Welcome to Extreme Caterpillar Radio. There you go. It's the right time, right? It's time for the morning zoo.
Oh man.
And I'm here with my radio companions, Chi-Chi and the boys. How you doing, Chi-Chi and the boys?
No. It's Jason and the ferret.
Oh, that's right, Jason and the That actually is a good radio show name.
Yeah.
My God, my map is upside down. There we go.
Oh,
the world's going south. There we go. Stanton, Crusader. I live in Hurston. That's where I belong.
I can sleep in Hurston.
I'll probably take us to Everest, though, because, who wants to live in a landing zone? I want to be able to take off.
Exactly.
What sort of chump change?
But yeah,
Peter Molyneux is the stuff of ambitious nightmares, man. Nice. Memories. Bye, ship. Probably one of my favorite experiences in Star Citizen was back when Mass had problems. And so basically what would happen is I'd be trying to fly to... or I'd land on one of the moons, and then the windstorms would actually launch a C2, because Mass had no mass. Why can't I? What do you mean disabled in I'm still in atmosphere. Rude.
But yeah, if I get a VR headset, I'm probably gonna get that big screen.
Nice. Heck yeah. Yeah, honestly, if it was something I could wear on my bridge and not start getting headaches after a while, I am all over that, man.
Yeah. Well, see, my problem is I normally get motion sick from them.
Ah, okay.
So I get motion sick because I'm moving, but I'm not moving, right? So I don't know how it will go in, doing like a space sim. I'd have to probably take it off when I'm walking around on the ground, but I'm curious about it for actually in like a sim scenario where I can look at my panels and shit. Especially with the joysticks. So
okay, you're all my witnesses. I am clicking it and it's canceling it. What the heckle and jekyll? Oh wait, what if it's this guy? That guy? Nope, it's not that guy. Something's going on. Quake used to get really bad motion sickness as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my only concern about buying a VR is not getting rid of it.
Virtual realities.
Yeah, them virtual realities.
Can overcome it with consistent practice, he says.
Well, yeah, you essentially got to train your inner ear to not get motion sick.
I'm going over to OM5. This is going to be really awkward. So yeah, I'm trying to basically, let's take a look. That's Stanton Magnus. Trying to basically set my next location, but it keeps canceling it. It's like, no, you don't want to go there. I'm like, I disagree. I do want to go there. Let's try a simpler place. Let's just go to Stanton. How about that? Would you allow me to go? How about Stanton? We're already in Stanton. Let me go to Hurston. Nope. It's also canceling. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. How about if I just find the nearest station and I call it there? Like, what are you? Are you a station? Are you? Oh, you're the Stanton Pyro jump point. It's like a station. What about you? You're the Terra Gateway. God damn it. Want to go to the outskirts of everything? That sounds wonderful. How about I'm taking the far way around. Oh, there we go. That looks like that's comma ray. I'm gonna comma ray your face. All right,
I'm gonna comma chameleon.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go with the comma array. Comma arraylia.
Comma arraylia. It comes and goes. It comes and goes. It orbits around the planet at 50,000 kilometers a minute.
Crusader.
I don't know.
Yeah, now it gets really complex to try to sing. All right, one more whack around. Oh, hold on.
24,000 kilometers an hour.
If that's Stanton and that's Crusader, then that means if I follow the accretion disk around.
Did you try Alt R when you were clicking on it?
Alt R, like a pirate,
No, I'm serious.
I'm gonna go
in your star map. Star map. If you click on it and you hit Alt R, it'll root it.
Oh, you can also just press R. Oh, but yeah, I'm having the same issue. Basically, it'll make the route and then it cancels it immediately. Yeah.
What if you just do it without a route?
Well, I've tried a couple of places so far. Let's try this one. Yep, it's just all routes are basically canceling.
Okay, here, switch me seats.
Oh yeah, why don't we have you try it? It might just because I'm pretty sure it's a client thing more than anything.
Daddy Chris, please give me my Idris. Oh, that's brutal for the Idris owners. If it's 2 years before they get their ship. We were going back to Hurston, you said, eh?
Yeah. Honestly, as long as it's not Orison, that one's too far out of the way from my little ship. Any other spot is fine. Arc, you could go to New Babbage if that's, or not New Babbage, Tressler. Any of those.
Heck?
Any of those.
Oh,
Orison's off by itself, which makes me sad. It needs a friend over there. We need to generate a new planet.
No, new solar system.
New solar system connected to the planet. It's just so lonely over there. Output.
Okay, hold on a second here. It's giving me the route, but it's not showing me the orbital maneuvers, so I need to just do this my own way. That will be Crusader rate. That's Crusader. We don't want to go there. We want to go... Let's go to Pelopi, actually.
Yeah, that was actually where I was about to go too. I was like, well, that's a planetary body at least. That might get me pointed in the right direction.
Get halfway there, we'll drop out.
Yeah. If you bring up your star map, you'll notice that the route on the right-hand side is not there anymore.
Well, I closed the route to begin with.
Yeah, that's the exact bug I've got too.
Oh, no, I have it on the right side.
Oh, you do, but it's not showing you the orbital markers? Interesting.
No, yeah, it wasn't showing me the orbital markers. It's not showing me any markers. Oh, there's the marker. We got it. We're good. We're
Nice.
golden
All
now.
right. Excellent. We're goldenrod.
It wants me to go to Crusader 3. What? I didn't click on Crusader 3, you bastard. It's on Hurston. Okay, that's way too zoomed in for my liking. Yeah, it's Hurston. Okay, we're good.
There we go. Make car go fast.
Because you were flying, I took my joysticks off to the side. So I'm just like playing with my arms out at like a V. Doing the YMCA.
Behold the power of the progress bar. Watch as the green arrow heads down the orange bar. But while we're doing that, let's look at the ships that they done announced it. So we got the CSV SM. We got 2 of those. Represents a perfect entry point for construction and short-range hauling operations thanks to its compact size, user-friendly design, and accessible price point. I love how cute they are. They're like little Tonka toys, you know? Look at that little truck.
I hope they just immediately
5.4
put it in game and they don't do the 3-month bullshit.
I don't know. I mean, they're definitely going to at least do the 1 to 2 month. I mean, even the Atlas had about a month or so.
Yeah, but
I don't expect it to be that long.
Everyone bitched about it.
Yep.
I personally, for me, ground vehicles shouldn't have that clause. It should just be ships. Because ground vehicles don't even really get used in the same essence.
I broadly understand, but at that point, it's like, I don't understand at that point why we would need to even have the ships have that. Because if you're paying the money, there it is. If you don't want to pay the money, there it is. So
Well,
it's like, yeah,
but it's a ground vehicle, right? Like, I mean, I wouldn't pay $50 for that. I'm surprised I paid $30 for whatever I paid for the Atlas. But
most of the time for these types of things, the only reason I would get them is the token factor.
Yeah, that's what I got it for, was the token.
Yeah, that's where I'd really kind of put it. But I mean, like, since it's literally for CSV, and we're probably not going to really have a great use for it until base building comes around, anyways.
Yeah,
it's like, honestly, 3 months. That's literally when this comes out in November, or no, actually no, this one's not even a pre-order. This is out now. So if it comes out in February, or for people to use, which is like the earliest I could peg base building to be.
Yeah,
like that's 4 months. That's a very luxurious amount of time to wait. And even then, it's like, okay, now it's, you know, funny money. It's fake bucks instead of real ones. But this guy, Starlancer TAC, my God, what a beauty! What a beauty!
See,
that guy.
I'm kind of curious about drones now, because like, if we're gonna have some form of base building in 3.0 or in 4.0, like,
well, eventually in 4.0, it won't be part of 4.0, but it'll be part of the post 4.0 stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a lot further along than I think that it actually is.
Well, so they announced in the newsletter. When was that? June, July. That was when they started the pre-production process on it. So my assumption in terms of where it's at is somewhere along the lines of they're working on validating the base logic. Like what we saw in there is like the loop that they've got, but it's not much more beyond that. And I don't expect that a lot of the facilities probably have their functionality yet. But if I was a betting man, I would say it's going to be in the next year. But like early next year, I don't think so. I think it's going to be about mid next year. And so we've got a lot of buffer time for that. What I am curious about is what will be coming in first, which might be the org stuff. That's kind of where I'm leaning. The social stuff specifically. Social and the clothing. Social and the clothing, I think, are coming earlier than base building.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of
crafting probably.
See, I think they're gonna wait for crafting to be part of base building.
Well, the thing is, we've already got basic crafting capabilities. I think they're going to introduce crafting, but it'll be a subset until base building is online.
Hear me out. Hear me out on this. We might see a small type of crafting based on a module inside of our hangars, like something
exactly. Well, also a lot of the crafting we're already doing baseline crafting in our freaking salvage machines.
Yeah, but that's not. We're talking. Yeah, it's. I mean, like actual like manufacturing like guns and like small things. That is what I was referring to. Like
we'll need the crafting ships first. Honestly, that's the thing I think that's really kind of holding us back there. But yeah, I could see a small amount of crafting before then, because you don't need a base to craft, but you can use craft to make base. So I'm thinking we'll start with the basics, and then that'll be kind of like the expanded tier, and that'll be like I'm guessing that would be towards the end of the year, like closer to CitizenCon next year.
Oh, I don't know why I should be letting you summon this because it's your ship. Here. I'll switch.
Oh, the station? Yeah. Let me swap. Swap.
Oh, it gave me one. But it's my hangar. I want you to park it in your own hangar.
Yeah, park it in your own hangar, buddy. Yeah, I'm there too. My body is ready for slumber.
My body's ready for food and coffee. My body's probably not going to go to sleep.
My body is done with coffee for now. It is starting to rebel. I actually only had 1 cup tonight because I was like, my body was like, nope, no more of that. Burble, burble, burble. We go, and then we'll and rotate. And voila, I overshot it, but I'm lined up at least. Go. Hey there, Solstice's large hangar. Sounds like the weirdest euphemism I ever heard.
Hey there, Solstice's large iron hangar.
Hanger.
Hungry.
You ever feeling hangry?
Oh, I'm feeling hungry. Words. Hold on, I'll be back in 2 seconds. As for my stream, I'm signing off at this point because as soon as he lands this thing, I'm logging out and getting food. So I'm cutting the stream here. We might do some streaming later. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out when the time comes. But as for that, that's Star Citizen Live.